Good morning. How are we all doing? How are we all doing? Colin, Philip, Tricky, morning. Oh, it's good to be back in the 737. I've missed it. And I made the executive decision earlier that we are flying it today. Bit of a last minute decision. But I kind of just wanted to fly it again. Sort of missed it. Really did miss it. More than I thought I would. It's been a while since we've flown it. We're doing a lot of Airbus. Obviously the A350. I just wanted to fly with the yoke again. Get back in 2020. And do some little hops around Palma. We're going to go Palma to Alicante. Possibly to Ibiza afterwards. Possibly back to Alicante. I guess we come to Palma again instead of Ibiza. We can decide that along the way. Yeah, just want to fly the 737. I miss it. I really miss it. Can't wait for it to get into 24. It's been a long time coming, but I'm sure when it does arrive, it's going to be fantastic. Updates from PMDG as well, because we're going to be getting the 777 first, I believe, which would be cool. Hopefully we get the freighter included in that, because I love that freighter. Philip Belbapino, how you doing? Welcome. Turn on my virtual camera for TikTok. Let's get rid of that. Put that over here. Nice. And there we have it. So, I've told GSX to load us, but it's not really doing a lot so far, which is moderately concerning. GSX, what are you doing? Come on. What are you doing? Kind of surprised GSX isn't doing anything. Although, am I? I don't know. Am I that surprised? Probably not. Yeah, nice short one today, Tricky. Do some little hops. Happy days. Right, let's bring in the data from SimBrief. Lovely jubbly. I mean, we can always go somewhere else from Alicante. We could fly back to the UK. Open to ideas. A2, good morning. I saw some guys flying 737-824. How they're doing that. It is possible. It is possible to do it, allegedly. I just haven't yet. Oh, wait. What? I just clicked. I didn't mean to click that. Into the cloud. Thanks for subbing. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you. It's the 737 series, my favourite plane. Probably, yeah. It's always a toss-up, really, between this and the Phoenix, I would say. I do like the Phoenix. There's something special about the 7.3. I like it a lot. I do like it a lot. Right, let's get batteries, emergency lights. That's good. Let's take power from the ground. I'll quickly get the navs on. I have remembered to plug in my Tobii eye tracker today because, of course, we are back in 2020. So look, if I press this, we can use our head, which is awesome. Forgotten how much I miss the Tobii. Because I've been leaving it unplugged for 24 because it's caused an issue. And as a result, every time I come into 2020, I forget to plug it in. And like, I get live and I get taxiing. I'm like, oh, damn it, I forgot to plug in the Tobii. So I tried to remember. Do you still use the TCA yoke? Yeah, in fact, let me show you. There we go. This is our little setup. So we've got Airbus over here, Boeing in the middle, and the throttles go between the two. Works really nice. Even if it does trigger literally everyone. Okay. Let's go up top. I did turn on the ground power, didn't I? Yes, I did. Nice. Can we do your dampener yet? Go into our FMC, pos and knit. Let's grab our coordinates. There you go. The screens, that's always good. Ref Airport LEPA. And we are at gates 54. There we go. Lovely. Let's go to route. Flight plan request. Pull it in from SimBrief. Set the payload. Set the fuel. Nice one, Tricky, coming along. Happy days. Happy days indeed. Is there an A350 livery in progress for Air Not? Yes, Curtis, there is. It's 95% done. We noticed an issue with it yesterday. In fact, Philip spotted it. Well done, Philip. The N on the tail where it says Not is... I made a mistake. There's a little bit of blue missing. So that needs to be fixed, and then hopefully we can do it. So yeah, shouldn't be long. Shouldn't be long. Although I'm having a nightmare with that plane at the minute. Just can't fly it. Hand fly it. It feels really weird to me to fly it. And a lot of people are saying, "Oh, it's supposed to feel that way." It's like, is it? Does it? You know, should it though? I don't know. Like, I don't know. Oh, you got no idea, Tricky. I've been in a right state. Alright, let's load in the perf-init data. Execute that. Let's do our departure and arrival. Departing 06 right. On the Bava 3 Tango departure. And Alicante, providing we don't get any changes, we're going to take ILS Zulu. And we're going to take the Gervu 3 Mike arrival. And we'll transition at Villain 2. I might have to remove this track from the rotation of songs. I don't like this track. It always annoys me when it comes on. Every time I hear it, I'm like, oh, it's this one. It's annoying. Feels very spongy, if that's the right word. I can't find the right word to describe it. Yeah, so... it feels very, very sensitive to me. Very, very sensitive. And then it's like it carries loads of inertia. So you give it a very small movement because of how sensitive it is, but then it carries that movement. And then you have to kind of go the other way. And then you end up sort of coming down sort of like a seesaw. Which is very strange to me, that. I don't know. When I've mentioned it, people are like, oh, it's supposed to be that way. I'm like... Does it though? Like... I don't know. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. I know there's that mod, isn't there, that seems to makes it feel a bit heavier. So whether that does anything, I don't know. I don't know. If it is how it's supposed to feel, then I don't know. What do I conclude? Do I just conclude that I don't really like it? Regardless of who developed it and, you know, the quality of the development, like, do I just conclude, oh, I don't like the A350 then? Because it's just not fun for me to fly? I don't know. I don't know. Had an A350 pilot with 3,600 hours confirm that the flight model is definitely wrong in the bug report thread. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I won't name names, but I've spoken to people, and, yeah, they've said, no, it is not true to life. So, don't know. Kind of feel like hopefully Innie can fix that. Hope they can, because it'd be a cool plane to have on the books, but in its current state, I know what's going to happen. I'm just not going to bother flying it ultimately. Which is a bit of a Bit of a shame, really. Right, let's go TO1. Select temp 45. 137, 138, 144. That is correct. Boff, boff, boff. And our centre of gravity is 25.2%. Trim of 487. Let's bring that down just a touch. There we go. Morning, Charlie. One of the devs confirmed they're trying to get it rolled out for the next update. Awesome. I look forward to checking it out. Like, no hate to any. It's just at the moment, I feel like it's not something I particularly enjoy. Purely because of the hand flying. Everything else feels right. I know some people say, oh, the systems aren't in depth enough. It's like, they're in depth enough for me. Like, point A to point B on VATSIM is fine. There's nothing that I've tried to do where I'm like, oh, they haven't done so-and-so. It's like, no, nothing like that. My only criticism would be the sounds. The sounds sound a bit like, especially if you do a flex takeoff, you can kind of hear it go, roo, 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 like almost like the sounds are like modulating or looping in a weird way. So we'll keep an eye on it. We'll keep an eye on it. Right, so we're going to go to Epama. No, we're not. We're going to Bava. Flight level 100 at Bava. That's fine. And the heading, runway heading, excuse me, is 062. Nice. I guess we could put 062 up here as well. Something comforting about coming back to 2020, because you just sort of know that all your add-ons are just going to work. There shouldn't be any weirdness. Aside from the controls, it's great. Yeah. Trouble is, that's quite important to me. Like, I know we fly a lot of it on autopilot, but the majority of the fun, I would say, is had when you're hand flying it on approach. Gervu 230. 230 is in. What's the elevation? Alicante. Runway elevation 142. Let's go 150. So a nice short little hop today. Quite looking forward to it. Quite looking forward to it indeedy. Right, it's 9:45. We're making good time. Look at that. Should we get the APU fired up? We might get ready to go. APU on. While we wait for the APU, let's pop this into plan. We'll just step through our routes. So here's us down here. We're going to take 06 right. No discontinuities. And we'll hold at Maggle if we get into a spot of bother. I need to be more vigilant at going around as well. I think that's what the last couple of flights in the A350 has taught me. I think I've been kind of waiting a bit for I kind of feel like I've been waiting too much for ATC to decide for me when to go around, and as a result I've put myself in a couple of precarious situations. So I think perhaps I need to be more on it in being like, no, I'm going around. Weirdly, Philip, New Sky tried to ask me to start the flight when I got to the gate. So we will need to remember it because I ignored the little prompt. So I think as far as New Sky is concerned, we've had the prompt. So yeah, any reminders for New Sky would be muchly appreciated. Good APU we take. Happy days. Let's give the passengers a bit of the old AC just for a minute while we get ready to go. Because I do care about my passengers, believe it or not. I'm a nice guy. Get them belted up as well while we think about it. Shutdown on. Hey, it wouldn't be a stream, would it, if, you know, everything worked. Keeps us on our toes. Lazy, thanks for subbing, mate. Appreciate it. Nima, good afternoon. How to get that Airbus stick? It's from FS Projects. In fact, let me show you. Not sponsored or anything. So this is what you get. But you got to keep in mind, all this is a stick that goes on top of a base. So you need to already have a base, a joystick base. So like I've got an Ava base from Thrustmaster, or you could have the HOTAS magnetic base from Thrustmaster, or you got here a Virpil VPC Warbird base. So depending on which base you have to buy the appropriate stick. So I've sunk my Ava base underneath my worktop here and suspended it with like a 3D printed cradle. And then I've popped the stick and the gator on top. There's a video up actually on the YouTube channel if you want to watch it. Shows you how I did it. Bit of a DIY vlog. I get the power tools out and everything. Which is horrifying when you think about it. Right, I need to get onto Unicom. 122 decimal 8. Where are we going today? We're going over to Alicante, and we're starting from Palma. Palma traffic, Air 0232, radio check. I'm just going to double check. It would appear that there's no one on the ground. There's a couple of others. Air 0232, radio check.
Heard you on stream, but not Vatsim.
Oh. Alright. What's going on then? 122 decimal 8. VHF 1 is on. So when I press this, push to talk, audio. What? What size monitor? It's a TV. 43-inch TV. Not exactly the greatest. It's alright. It's 43-inch LG. Why? Why is it not? Oh. Oh, wait, I know what it is. I know what it is. I bet it's Spad. Spad, where have you gone? Hold the line. Right, let's give that a whirl. Why is Spad closed on me? Air 0232, radio check. Well, this is spunked.
Do you think EFS 2024 is worth getting right now?
Honestly, maybe not. If you're happy, if you've already got 2020 and you're happy running the two side by side, go for it. But I would not get it as my only sim, if that makes sense. There's a video on the channel quite recently I did about it where I kind of broke it down. And, yeah. My conclusion was, I like it. I think it's interesting. Is it better than 2020 in all ways? No, it's not. Therefore, I need to keep 2020 around. So, hence today we are in 2020, because I don't feel like I can exclusively use it yet. Now, we'll get there. I'm sure it will get there. But I can't in good conscience tell you all, if you don't own a sim, buy 2024 because it's the best sim. However, it also feels like bad advice to say buy 2020 because clearly that's, you know, in its sunset years now, or months or whatever. My advice probably would be to use Game Pass if you can, because then you get access to both. And you can flick between the two as part of your monthly membership until such a time that one becomes clearly better than the other. Still not hearing me. Right, let's try again. Oh, someone just said 5x5. Alright, last one, hopefully. Air 0232, radio check. Tricky, you sure your audio's okay? Because I've got someone pinging me saying 5x5. Can't see anything in the settings that makes me think. If I go to audio, when I talk, I can see the little bar going up and down. I can see the microphone devices, my microphone. It's all fine. I don't know. I hear you, but chat isn't working. Did this to me last night. You've got to go into vPilot settings and move your... Oh, what? This is weird. Air 0232, radio check. What yoke am I using? It's a Thrustmaster yoke.
55 Lima, you on frequency?
I can hear Tricky. 5x5 from stand 42. Tricky, it's working. It must be you. Gene 55 Lima, Roger, thank you. Okay, now that unpleasantness is behind us forever, let's go. What am I doing? Let's get the anti-collision light on. Let's turn off the AC packs. Let's turn on the APU bleed. And let's tell GSX, if it's willing, to push us back. And we're going to push back onto... Palmer traffic, air not 232, stand 54, pushing back onto Lima Juliet. All is looking clear. Weather's gone a bit bad, hasn't it? What's happened here? I came down here for some sunshine. Tragic. Never mind. Never mind. Okay, seatbelts on. AP bleed is on. Packs are off. Anti-collision light is on. Put the logo light on if it's getting a bit dim, shall we? Let's tell GSX to start the show. Thank you, Philip. GSX. What are you doing? Prepare for pushback and departure. Oh my Christ. I bet it's your RAM again, Philip. Okay, some stairs have disappeared. That's got to be good. Sounds like a skill issue to me, Tricky. Where's my tug? Oh, wait, I know what it is. I know what it is. Remove the chocks. Now GSX will do it. That's what it is, isn't it? As a rampage in the UK, we would have already connected the pushback tug as part of the loading process. Okay, it's interesting, because whenever GSX suggests it, it quite often says, do you want to do this? And it will say, GSX choice, no. Any discount code for GSX? No, sadly not. I have no no sort of relationship with GSX at all, really. Probably because the amount of times I dunk on it on stream. Get angry at it. Did the stairs move enough the number of times my wing has gone through? Oh, I don't know. Let's have a look. Yeah, they're long gone. Here it comes. You bought GSX yesterday, I love it. Nice. I think it has something to do with GSX always using the pushback tugs that lift the nose wheel. Yes, they quite often do, don't they? That would make a lot of sense now you say it. Here we go. Right, I'm going to do my call again. Palmer traffic, Air 0232, pushing back now, facing south on Lima, Juliet. Thought I did. Oh no. Why won't my brakes turn off? Ah. I'm trying. You've got to be having a laugh. What about my flaps lever? Is that working? Flaps lever's working. Throttles are working. Speed brakes, they're working. I'm trying. Oh, why does nothing work in my life ever? Sweet. Alright, GSX, you and I are going to fall out in a minute if you keep asking me that. Alright, let's turn off our SPAD profile, shall we then? Maybe that's what's doing it. And go into the Boeing profile. I don't know. Yeah. So can I now put it into SPAD again? Who's having a great time? Is this like some kind of foreshadowing, I wonder? Good. Engine 2 into ground. Engine 2 start. Yeah, normally the SPAD profile is bang on. You manage Airbus, you fly a Boeing. Ha! Chocks were gone. It was the SPAD profile, that's weird. Sorry, Twitch chat, I'm not being very attentive, am I? Sky, welcome. I've only flown the A320 fly-by-wire on VATSIM before, and just looking at the 737's making my brain hurt. Yeah, it made my brain hurt too for a long time. Long, long time. But it is such good fun once you get the hang of it. Okay, engine 2, 1 into ground, watch this N2 figure. Wait for that to get up to about 20%. Engine start. Alright, Tricky, bit of backlighting for you. Right, will it work now? Because we're back in our SPAD profile. That seemed to work. Weird. What's my mic? It is a Pyle, so P-Y-L-E, PD mic 5.8, I think. Really cheap. Like, it's not an expensive mic. It's a rip-off of the Shure, whatever it is, SM58 perhaps. Let's take power from the engines. Taxi lights on. Get probe heat on. Packs into auto. Auto. Lead off. APU off. Flight directors on. LNAV, VNAV. Auto throttle is armed. Projected takeoff is set. Laps 5. Pyle PD mic 58. If you go onto my website, airnaut.co.uk/setup, I got it listed in there. But you do need an XLR interface, so while the mic is cheap, the entire setup won't be. If that makes sense. Okay. Public traffic, Airnaut 232, taxiing to 06 right via Lima Juliet, Lima Mike, Kilo, and the South Taxiway for holding point Hotel 6. Okay, now the brakes are fine again. That just went off straight away. Let's go! Kind of disappointed it's cloudy. I kind of wanted some blue skies today. Let's take the South Taxiway. Oh, this is so much nicer. Love me some eye tracker. Happy days. First test in 2024 started, but 777 at DC6 will be first. Yes, saw that on the forum. That's very, very cool. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. Yeah, I needed my 737 fixed today. There comes a point where it's just like, I just really want to fly it. But yeah, wishing you all the best with the development. That's exciting times. I can happily wait for the 7.3 if the 777's on its way. And ultimately, we still got 2020. Which is fine. There was a part of me when 2024 launched that was like, ugh, 2020. Ugh. Like, you know, because you kind of think, oh, that's the old one now. Actually, as time's gone on, you sort of think like, you can almost feel reassured by 2020. It was always going to be that way though, wasn't it? Kind of that initial period. The version we're doing for Boeing makes things a bit more complex with 737. Oh. Well, you'll just take your time and, you know, do what you do. I'm sure everyone will be really pleased when it's ready. Difficult thing to manage, though, that, isn't it? I used to feel it a lot when I was making software. You'd kind of think like, oh, I've got to get this out the door quickly, otherwise people are going to be mad and I'm going to lose users. It never happened. In fact, the only times things did go wrong was when you rushed it and it didn't go quite as well as you'd hoped. Then you lost users and you're like kicking yourself. So I mean, let's not forget what happened with 24. I'm fairly certain that was rushed out the door for a certain event where people spend a lot of money. Christmas holidays. Fairly certain that was a boardroom decision that probably a lot of the developers were like, no, it's not ready. They were like, do it anyway. It's like, well, alright. Okay, let's get our engines into continuous. Strobe and steady. Landing lights. Should we do turn offs? It is a bit dim, isn't it? I suppose it can't hurt. It can't hurt. Tara. Start the clock. Nothing on final. Papa traffic air 0232 lining up 06 right for a Beaver 3 Tango departure. Palmer traffic. Almost choked then. So,
Palmer traffic around F5 Tango, below and up there, 6 right.
what's the aircraft? BMW is the PMDG 737-800. Nick, cheers for the follow, mate. Oh, hello. What's Twitch saying? Nick, you are follower 530. What's your claim to fame? Don't let anyone take that away from you. Right. Shall we? Bit of forward yoke pressure. Takeoff thrust set. Bring up my throttles just to match it in case we need to. Bit of a wind there. Positive climb. Gear up. There's a bit of a tail kick there, wasn't it? Keeps us on our toes. Copy traffic Airnaut 232 airborne passing 1200 feet. Okay, let's lower that nose. Let the aircraft accelerate.
Over traffic, runway 57 flying at the park, runway 661.
It's super cloudy today, isn't it? Alright, turn coming up. Bit of nose down trim. That's feeling better.
Over traffic, runway 57 Tango, 006 right, past 2000, final call.
Alright, standard pressure. Following those flight directors. Godwin, thanks for the sub. Appreciate you. Right, it's 10,000. Let's keep it going to 230 because that's our cruise. I will be more attentive in a moment, chat, I promise. Okay, flaps up. Whoops-a-daisy. Don't go looking out the window while you're looking at the flaps. I really wanted to see the flap animation then, and I almost paid the price. Don't do it while hand flying. Hey! That'll do. Hand flown to 12,000 feet. God, look at all that murkiness over the island. Morning, Dan. There we go. See, look at that. What's wrong with 2020? Seriously, look out the window, look at that, and tell me that's not good enough. Awesome stuff. Absolutely awesome. Can you show the throttle sensitivity for the 737? What I would advise, Duke, is go to my YouTube channel, type in, or just go into YouTube, search like AirNot, PMDG, Airbus throttles, and I've done a video all about it. You've got two options. There's two videos. One is how you can do it yourself through the sensitivities. The other is using spad.next. So the choice is yours, really. One costs money, one doesn't. Spad.next, obviously, you've got to pay for. My cost index tricky is... target speed is 0.82. If that helps. I need to recruise my box as well. That's my OFP. Yeah, once it's at 230. Whoops. Cost index 80, tricky. Oh, shots fired by Philip. 3 tries on Wordle today. Why would you need the sensitivity on the throttle? Mine is direct linear. Everything to 0. So it's more about getting the reversers working, I found, Gadget. Oh yeah, the backlighting tricky. Sorry, misunderstood you. Yeah, this one. There we go. Hey, Finn. question regarding audio. Do I have all my audio playing ATC through your headphones, or do I split it across speakers and ATC on headphones? So, Dan, I've got a Go XLR Mini, which has got 4 faders. In fact, you might be able to see it. It's just back there. It's slightly hidden, maybe, by the stick. But I've got 4 faders. You plug the device in by USB, and then each fader presents itself as a sound device in Windows. Then you can map different applications to different faders. So obviously one fader is my mic, so that doesn't really do anything. That just adjusts the mic. I've got another fader for ATC volume. However, weirdly, OBS doesn't care when I do that, although it does change the volume in my headphones. I've got a fader for music, so loud music, quiet music. I've got a fader for the SIN. And then it takes a mix of all of that. So all of the outputs from all of those faders, it then creates what's called a broadcast stream mix. And then you can feed that into OBS, which is then what you hear as like the final output. And there's also like a matrix within the Go XLR app, so you can decide what inputs you want to go to what output. So maybe I want to hear, if for whatever reason, let's say I wanted to hear ATC but I didn't want you to, I could change the matrix so that my headphones would hear it, but it wouldn't go into the broadcast mix. If that makes any kind of sense. So we should have Ibiza coming up. Yeah, there it is. On our left. Do they do flights from Palma to Ibiza? Surely they must do. There must be one. There must be one. Because otherwise you've got to go by boat, and that's kind of a pain, isn't it? Where we're going today, we're off to Alicante from Palma, so not a very long flight, actually. Not particularly long. FS 2020 looks fab. Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It does. There's Ibiza. Covered in cloud again. Morning, Grumpy. You really need to change your name from Wasp to Grumpy. Or Grumpy Bus Driver. Right, let's see if we can beat Philip's 3 tries in Wordle. I love how I'm still being advertised swivel chairs when I've bought swivel chairs. There should be a way for me to be like, no guys, it's cool. There are 31 flights per week operated by 3 airlines: Air Europa, Vueling, Ryanair, using 738, 73 MAX and an A320 Neo. What, between Ibiza and Palma? Wow, big market. That is a big market, isn't it? Right, let's go with outer to start with. Brilliant. Red? Oh no. What about 3? Oh, you're kidding. So it can't be something TER. Yeah, I could see there being a market for Alicante Palmer. Definitely. I think as flight sim is, it's quite easy for us to be like, oh, that's not long enough, so that wouldn't happen. It's like, actually, real world market pressures dictate that it does a lot of the time. Entree? Is that a word? But it can't be that because the T's in the wrong place. Ether? No, it can't be ether because of the ER. I was going to say, what about Earth? But there's no H. Flip a neck, Philip. How did you get it in 3? ET maybe? No. When stop a descent. Never mind playing flipping Wordle. When stop a descent. 50 miles. Not far. I think Philip's looking up the answers, to be honest, and then coming in here bragging. I think that's what's actually happening. It's not big, Philip. It's not clever. I think my chances of getting it in 3 have gone out the window. So it can't start with a T, and it can't have a T in number 3. Can't have an R there or there. So the R's got to be here, here, or here. And the E only has one E. It's not on the end. So the E has to be here. So RE something? Oh, but where's that T go? At the end? So there's an A in there. Arrest? No, it's 2 R's, isn't it? Oh! I'm just going to type in Earth. Great. I can't see it. Tears? Oh. Right, something R. S. What's it? Could be on for a fail at this rate, guys. Right. 3,300. Let's get that in now. Wasp, you'll like this feature. Boeing does it automatically. R-E. Something R-E. What? Something, 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 R-E. It's got to start with an A. Attire? Not in the word list. I feel like it's got to be AT. Because A... I can't see it. Can someone tell me what it is? I give up. The letter I'm missing is L. What? Can you say it ends in RE? Oh, liter. No, can't be that, can it? Ends in RT. L. That can't be that. A. L. Oh, alert! Flippin' heck, we made a meal of that, didn't we? Man. Dan says, what makes PMDG so good? Just the feel of the aircraft, the interface, and the flight deck. Yeah, it's highly, highly detailed. And, yeah, the way they hand fly, the way they feel. Yeah, it's like a favourite t-shirt for me, the 7.3. You just get the impression that the team, they really, really sweat the details. Right. About using a TV for a monitor, the response time between the controllers and TVs interferes with your performance, affects your simulation. For example, racing may interfere. So, Silvio, quite often TVs come with what's called a game mode, and if you were to put in game mode, that can help reduce input lag. I think input lag is what you're talking about rather than the response time of the pixels. because response time of the pixels is, that would appear as like ghosting on the screen, smeariness. Now in the sim, my TV isn't all that great, to be honest. It was about 300 quid back in 2021, so you could probably get it for even less now, or its equivalent. It's not a particularly fast response time. You know, if I was to start playing Call of Duty on it, I would notice it, but in the sim I don't, because the levels of movement are so small. I think maybe what you're getting at is input lag, which is two different things. So that is like, obviously when you press forward on the joystick, that's the time between you pressing forward and then the character moving forward on the screen. That's because TVs, you know, quite heavily process an image, because you imagine if you've got like an aerial connected to your TV, or you're just getting like, you know, whatever broadcast TV in your area you're able to get, quite often that signal is pretty pants. So the TV will do a lot of processing on that image to bring it up to standard, to upscale it, to enhance it, and obviously that takes processing time. But if you're watching a TV show, it doesn't matter, because you just watch it. It doesn't matter if you're watching it 2 seconds behind when the transmitter transmitted it, that's fine. But if you're playing on, say, a PS5 or an Xbox or whatever, you don't want all of that processing, because the image your console or PC is sending is pretty much good by default. So put it into game mode, check that the TV you're looking at has a game mode, and then that will get rid of all that processing time, which will reduce your input latency. But no, it's alright. I would say simming on a 4K TV is fine. I mean, Dan, to go back to your point about what makes PMDG so good, when 2024 launched, the 737 MAX that came with it, these two switches here to do the APU generator, take power from the APU, they just didn't work. So I would say it is the best example of a Boeing you can really get in the sim. Meticulously made, I would say. I see him on a 4K LG OLED and it's fine, as it sports 120Hz and VSync. You mean VRR, James? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, VRR. Mine doesn't have that. That's my only complaint. Is this TV doesn't have variable refresh rate and it's 60 Hz. Which obviously means if my sim can output 75 frames a second, which I know it never does, but if it could, the TV could match. And on the other hand, if my TV could only output, say, 55 frames a second, it would match the resolution, the frame rate, refresh rate to that. Right. What's going on? Looks like we've got the place to ourselves. Alicante traffic, X-ray November Oscar 232 inbound Vilna, 10,000 feet for the ILS Zulu runway 10 Alicante. Have I tried FS in VR? Yes, Luke, I have actually, quite recently. Pimax were cool enough to send me out a headset, and we did a video on the channel, on the YouTube channel. Cheers, Mohammed. Okay, so you can see that we're not descending as much because we're letting that speed come down. We're still on profile though, so that's okay. Just getting the info now, Tricky, off of my charts. Okay, course of 100. Lights on. One 110.3. Let's do our performance tool, landing en route, 10, import, 014. Auto brakes 3, what about auto brakes 2? Where would that take us? Let's do auto brakes 3. Just to be on the safe side. There's auto brakes 3. And we'll do a flaps 30. What's the minimums for Alicante? Four, 1, 2. Transition is at 6,000. Lille, is that somewhere in Spain? Yes, it is. It is Alicante. Yeah, to me, 737-800. Well, not classic, it's an NG. Can't see a lot out there, can you? Cheers, Ives. Nice one, Hamid. Surprised how cloudy it is. I naively thought it would be nice.
Great work, Captain.
Infinity Sim, thank you for the $4.99. Appreciate it. I really do appreciate the support. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you for that, Infinity. Really do appreciate you. You are a legend indeed. Did I say Ive? Oh my god, I'm an idiot. Sorry, Eve. You even told me about that last stream, didn't you? I apologise. Landing calculations we do through here. So you can import from your OFP, import from the aircraft, import the weather, and you can adjust whether you want like auto brakes 1, 2, 3, get your landing distances. So if we did 2, would be up here. It gives you a VREF. You go into your init page. I've gone for a flaps 30 landing, so you click that twice, it then goes into your PFD, add 5 knots, 148, and we are in business. Alright, I'm going to do a speed intervene now. Let's go 200. Flippin' heck, it's even raining. Alicante traffic, Air 232, establishing now on the ILS Zulu for runway 10, Alicante traffic. speed 180. Laps 5. In fairness, I probably could have kept my speed up a bit, couldn't I? Probably could have gone 200. Shall we do that? Otherwise, Tricky's going to be on our backside, isn't he? Michael, so do I to a large extent, to be honest. What is it doing? Here we go. A350 KO to Dallas or DTW. Where's that? It's Detroit, isn't it? Alicante traffic, air not 232 on a 10-mile final for runway 10. Michael, thanks for following. Here they come. Okay, gear down. Who'd have thought it raining in Alicante? Okay, flaps 15. We're going to go speed 148. Speed brakes away. Alright, gear down. Water brake armed. And Alicante traffic, air not 232 on a 5-mile final runway 10.
1,000.
Engines in continuous.
Second the trend run F7 Tango is a 14 mile final.
Right, shall we? My throttles, my everything. Yeah, coming in a little bit high, let's just correct for that. It's better.
500. 400.
A little bit windy here.
300. Approaching minimums. Minimums.
Continue. Definitely getting blown around a bit. Down you go. There we go. That was a bit of a crab, wasn't it? 176 feet per minute, though. Okay, let's get those auto brakes off and get vacated. And off we go. Now, do I have the scenery? What the heck? I thought I had scenery installed for this place. Where's the terminal? Oh, it's back there. I thought that was the terminal. Yikes. That was quite a bit of wind there, you know? I was fighting there quite heavily. Right, where am I going? That was fairly choppy, that. Tricky says, yeah, it's windy. For me, crazy autopilot is even having issues. Yeah, there you go. Alicante traffic, N up 232, taxiing to stands via Charlie 3 Delta. Yeah, it's a fair bit of chop there. Definitely squirming away on the touchdown zone, weren't we? Damn. ASP. Why aren't I using the eye tracker? There we go, that's better. Nah, Manchester was that was hard work into Manchester the other day, wasn't it? Flipping heck. That was harder than that looked, though. I was having to fight there. I naively thought maybe it'd be a nice little easy little approach into Alicante. Obviously not. I imagine New Sky will dock us though for going off the centre line a bit. Anyway, welcome to Alicante. Right on time for 11 o'clock. First landing of the day in the books. Goes down 3-7. Why am I need to remember to use the eye tracker, my muscle memory for it's all gone.
I'm going to try fun run F57 Tango 010.
Delta. I don't want Delta. How'd you get back? So if you click the wrong thing in GSX, how on earth do you go back? Well, Simbrief GSX. I don't care GSX anymore. I'm over it. Totes over it. This is a cracking bit of scenery as well, this, isn't it? Lovely bit of scenery. Right. Brakes are on. Let's take power from that APU. Shall we? Get those engines off. Westcastle, you know exactly what's coming, don't you? Yes. I'm gonna make a coffee, then we're gonna decide where we're gonna go to next. Happy to take suggestions, because honestly I don't know. I mean, we could go back to Palma. I did think maybe we could do Ibiza and back from here, but that will be a very short flight. But happy to take ideas, chat amongst yourselves while I go and get a coffee VVV. Anti-collision, close the flight, seatbelts off. Taiwan Gamer, cheers for the follow. Great touchdown. We got 10 out of 10. Hurrah. In New Sky. Great touchdown. 1.17 Gs. 176 feet per minute in challenging conditions. Average centerline deviation was only 3.79 meters. Maybe it wasn't as bad as I thought then. Yeah, see, I'm good. Perfect 10. Oh, the maximum centerline deviation was 7 meters. It's neither here nor there. Perfect 10 on New Sky. Makes up for our 3 the other day in the bloody Airbus A350. Ugh. Don't like that plane at the minute. I'm grumpy at that plane. Right. Reykjavik, blimey, that's going to be a slog all the way up there, isn't it, from Alicante? Yikes. Yikes, yikes. Oh, Jersey. That's a shout. We haven't been to Jersey, have we? Someone was saying the other day we should go to Jersey. What's the situation with scenery? Obviously, we don't have any, but we could reboot the sim and get some. Is there a half-decent freebie that's worth it? That is a jolly good point. I mean, what's going on up in London? Under control. Heathrow director. Damn. Could always go up to Nice. Nice is always good fun, isn't it? Or Marseille. We could do Jersey via Nice. I don't know. Anyway, I need to make a coffee. What is GSX up to now? Let's request deboarding. Oh, yikes. I made a bit of a meal of that parking, didn't I? Where's the trickster? Oh, there he is. Right, anyway, coffee time. I'll be back in a mo, okay? Talk amongst yourselves. Try and figure out where we can go. Wasp, it's 10 out of 10. What, you know, I can't believe you even have to ask. I take offence. Ah! Right. Tug's wipers are on at least. Okay, let's get ground power on. And we'll turn off the APU for now. I mean, we could just use the default Jersey, couldn't we? Because, like, is it really that much of an airport? Is it really? Like, do we really need scenery for it? Do we actually? I mean, it's literally like a taxiway. As long as I can find a stand when we get there. Ah, that wasn't my fault though, Wasp, was it? That was the A350's fault. Anyway. Cheers, everyone.
Blue World 901 is runway 14 mile final. 10.
Let's go, Jersey. And hopefully the cruise will be long enough I can have a spot of lunch. What's the weather doing in Jersey? Oh, 140, 16 knots. Yikes. That'll do. Fair bit of wind around today, isn't there?
Catastrophic Ryanair subway airport.
Looking good. Let's pre-file that on BatSim.
Alicante traffic, Blue World 901 is fully established stabilizer 1012.
What time are we going? What time's it now? It is... Go 11:40. Cheers, piano. My flights. Free flight air not 232. Blade Runner, thanks for subbing. Alicante. Book the flight. PMDG is falling behind for me. Maybe you should say that. Right, new data from SimBrief. There we go. Cheers, Piano. Take it easy. Okay, pause and knit is good. Let's put in... no, I don't. Ref Airport, Leo. No idea what gate we're at. 37. Flight plan request. Oh, it's got some scratch pad. Always does that. Set the payload. Set the fuel. Flight plan request.
Alicante traffic, Blue World 901 is on a 6 mile final runway 10.
Okay, it's loading that flight plan. activate, execute, perf init request. How do you reset fuel while selecting the flight plan in the FMC? So if you go to the route page, then select the SimBrief. As long as you've gone into the EFB first and loaded in the data from SimBrief, it will say set SimBrief fuel, set SimBrief payload, and that will just load the plane instantly. Now, if you want to use GSX after the fact to like pretend to load an already loaded plane, that's up to you. N1 limit.
Alicante traffic, Blue Road 913 miles, 710.
Takeoff on 10. 014. Tier 1, select temp 40. Oh wait, actually before we do this. Runway 10, and we're going to take the VLC 4 Alpha. Then into... What are we doing? Into Jersey. Ooh. Do Apollo. Do the ILS for runway 08. Wait, are we doing 08? Yeah, once it's on 08, that's fine. Just take final. We do the Lerac. That's pretty good. So it wants us to go all the way up to Apollo, then come back to Din, St. Malo, then go to Lerac. So what I might do is from Ren go direct to Din, then Lerac, and then we'll come in on final for 08. That'll be the plan, I think. No point going all the way up to Apollo, then just come back on ourselves, is there? No, I mean, we could, but that seems not smart. Lerac 1 kilo.
Alicante traffic, Blue Road 91 vacating to 10.
I'm quite excited about going to Jersey. Not been Jersey before. Alright, Alicante, out we go. Yeah, see, it wants us to go to Din. I'm going to remove Apollo from the plan. Let's go Ren, then Din, then from Din to Lerac.
And Alicante traffic, Blue Road 91, taxiing to 710, over on visit Alicante.
That's looking more sensible. So go down Ren, Din, Lerac, and then we go in. That's fine. That's making much more sense. Doing flaps 5, takeoff 141, 141, 146. Turn my fans on, it's getting super hot in here. Good. Runway heading for Alicante. I'm going to make a heading of 155. Do 100 start. 47. Any restrictions above 5,000? Above 1,000. We'll put 10,000 in the window. Then we'll start to crack on a bit. Flight level 380. And what about 271? Let's go 300 then, I guess. Reset the barrow. Yeah, it's getting sunny at Alicante, look. That's a good start, isn't it? Happy days. Just going to recycle the flight directors. Let's get that APU fired again. And we'll think about getting ready to go. What's the route today? Well, we've just come from Palma to Alicante. Now we're going to Alicante to Jersey. Not been Jersey before, so I'm looking forward to that. There you go. Exhaust gas temperature is rising. Currently sat in Newcastle Airport watching my stream. Nice. You're taking a 777-300ER to Dubai. Damn, that's going to be nice. We'll have a great trip to Dubai. That sounds amazing. We're not jealous at all, are we? Doing Sydney, Singapore in the Dreamliner. Sweet. I'm presuming that's in the sim, not IRL. Never been to Dubai. Thought about it once. We came close. We came flipping close. This is like before we had kids. And we could be incredibly selfish. You know, pre-kids. What does they call it? Dinks. Is that what they say? Double income, no kids? No, we could do whatever the heck we wanted, pretty much. And we did think about going to Dubai. But it never ended up... I think we chose to go to Vegas and San Francisco instead. But it's weird at my old job, when I was in web development, one of our biggest clients was a real estate broker in Dubai. And obviously through my work with all of the website stuff and arranging email marketing and, you know, just the whole lot, I feel like I got to know Dubai really, really well. Like all like the different housing estates and, you know, gated communities. I remember we were doing a big marketing push on a like a high-rise, you know, posh apartment place. And then I was just sat minding my business on New Year's Eve and up came BBC News and the place had caught fire. I couldn't believe it. Awful. Alright, let's get rid of those chocks. There we go. Brakes are set. Can I make a video with the link to the side stick and rubber bit around it? Remy, yes, there's a video on the channel. Like, only a couple of weeks old. You scroll back through, you'll see it. I kind of do a bit of a DIY vlog where I show you how I did it. Happy days, right, let's get ready to push. For some reason, whenever I press my back to cockpit button, it doesn't work in 2020. Don't know why that is. Alright, if we wait 2 more minutes, we won't get a fine from New Sky. All the planes at my local airport were repositioned because we have a message. Oh, you must be in Australia, right? Should have done some Australian ops today, shouldn't we? That would have been interesting. Right, let's tell GSX to get a move on.
Hello, Captain. We are
Hi.
ready for pushback.
Oh, thank you. Business class. Oh, Lucas, that sounds terrible.
Departure checks completed. Bypass being inserted.
If I were you, I'd start looking for a new job. How dare they send you business class? Tell them you want a suite next time. Do they do those on the triple? You know, like those little apartments. Is that an A380 only thing?
Locking gear.
Only the 380. Damn it. Devastated. Am I using VATSIM? Yes. I need to start my flight as well. Bing bong. Nose left, tail right. Alicante. Oh. Hang on, I need to reconnect to VATSIM. Alicante traffic, Air Not 232, stand 37, pushing back, facing south on Delta.
Release parking brakes, please. Commencing push. All engines clear. Start at wing.
Okay, packs off. AP bleed on. Engine 2. Into ground. It's alright, ignore me. Just doubting myself. Oh, Lucas, do you get access to a lounge? Is there a lounge at Newcastle? Don't fill up though, because you'll you miss out on all the business class food. I would be rinsing that for all it's worth. I'm such a cheapskate. You've got no idea. No idea. Like if I go to anywhere where it's like the slightest hint of like all you can eat or free refills, I'm just like the worst. I'm so cheap, you wouldn't know it.
Please set parking
I regret nothing. Default fruity. Yeah, I must check out Boris, actually. I think there should be a new rule that every developer that makes a new airplane has to give Boris, like, 10 grand to do the sound. I've no idea what market value would be for Boris to do the sound. I just pulled 10 grand out of thin air, but you get my point. Yeah, I hear the same, Tricky. I hear the same.
Tow track disconnected. Bypass pin removed. Left is clear. Right is clear.
Have a good trip, Lucas, anyway, if you're still there. Hope it all goes well. Look at that, it's brightened up lovely now. Need a nice cold beer. Yeah, you and me both, Tricky. Trouble is, at 11:30 on a weekday, it's a bit of a bad look, isn't it? Alright. Throttle pumps on, auto, APU bleed off, APU off. Oh, you've got to be shitting me. Oh, I didn't take power from the engines. Luckily, everything seemed to stay on. Whoops. Taxi lights on. Fuel dampener on. That was close. Projected takeoff. Nothing to see here, folks. Alicante traffic N232 taxiing to runway 10 via Delta, Charlie 1, Bravo 2, Bravo 1, and Alpha 1, Alpha 2, holding Alpha 4.
Alicante traffic runway 57 Tango, following the N to runway 08.
Oh, that was close, wasn't it? Turning off the APU before taking power from the engines. How's it going, Dylan? Alright, mainline. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Right, so we're going to cut across here. Basically. With a little bit of help from the old Tobii eye tracker. Are those Boeing flat detents on your TCA? Did I make them myself? Yes, and yes. I say made them myself. I 3D printed them myself, but it was someone else's design that I paid for. There is a video on the channel all about it. I think it's called Make Your TCA Airbus Throttles Even Better with These Mods, or something like that. If you search for that, you should find it. Yeah, you do have to pay for the 3D file, including the lever and the detents. But the detents still line up with the original Airbus detents, so it all plays nicely, which is the most important thing to me. Like, I appreciate that these throttles are an Airbus, you know, they're all blue and they're all Airbus and they click into the detents, but it's equally as important that it plays nice with Boeing. Is that an A340 there? Is it tricky? Addition, I don't really know. I mean, I've got the yoke, I've got the throttle, I've got a stick, and that's probably, in terms of width, a meter, maybe? Like from here to here, edge to edge. Ah, it's an A400M. Got it. I have not plane spotter, no. Post weave, we're heading up to Jersey from Alicante, so we're going to be live for a minute. Hiya, Tristan. Yeah, I'll set TCAS before we line up on the runway. We've got the run of the place tricky. Wasp's probably protesting some in a Boeing. What game is this? This is Flight Sim 2020. We're not in 24 today. I keep both installed because I love a bit of PMDG. And there comes a point in my day or in my week where I'm just like, F it, I want to play with a PMDG. Oh, cool plane spotter. I'll take a look after the stream. That's all.
Alicante traffic, Golf number 33 Charlie, taxi runway 10 live Bravo and Alpha.
Alright. Is there anything coming? There is, but they're going to be a minute. Oh wait, I'm looking at bloody Valencia. Right, let's make sure I'm staying on the taxiway. We'll check when we get to Alpha 4. That'd be a better idea. Do you sometimes fly offline if you don't stream? Just curious. Sometimes it's enough motivation to fly online myself. By myself. If I'm not streaming, I'm not simming. Basically. Which in some ways is a little bit sad. But in other ways, I like that whatever rough patch I'm going through with the sim or whatever, I just lay it all out on the table and you just get to see it. See the last two flights with the A350. Yeah, so I don't really have enough... My time, my available time, is completely eaten up by the channel. So I don't really have time to be like, maybe I'll just do a flight for my own enjoyment, which is a shame in some ways, because I And I'm conscious of that because I don't want to just burn out on the channel and then hate simming forever. Oh, Tricky, I'm having a nightmare with that A350. Like, just hand flying it in general. I don't know if you've flown it, how you're finding it. Right. Here we are. Just us. Alicante traffic, Air 232 lining up runway 10 for a Victor Lima Charlie 4 Alpha departure.
Alicante traffic, Ryanair 57 Tango. We'll be landing up behind the air office.
It's not sad when you got a family and a job. No, that's a good point. I just need to ditch that bloody job, then I can do this all week. That'd be the dream, wouldn't it? Wow. We're getting there slowly but surely. It's just I need to not be impatient. Okay, engines are into continuous. That's got to be good. Everyone ready? Let's not even set the brakes. Let's just turn and burn it, shall we? Takeoff thrust is set. Now, we need to be mindful of the wind still.
80 knots.
Whoop. Thank you, Sim, for that lovely stutter. Yeah, still got like 20 knots coming at us.
Rotate.
Wow, yeah, there's that wind.
Positive rate of climb.
There it is. Cheers, Alicante.
Alicante traffic, Ryanair 57 Tango, define runway 10.
Alicante traffic, Air 232 airborne, 2,000 feet.
Alicante traffic, Golf number 33 Charlie, running up runway 10.
Jolly good. Autopilot on. Flaps up.
Alicante traffic, Ryanair 57 Tango, 010 plus 3,000 north, final call.
Lovely jubbly. Right, let's go 380. St. Hellingberg. Sweet. Let me just get past 10,000 feet and then I will be more attentive to chat, I promise. Standard pressure. Sync heading bug 068. And over we go. I haven't even looked at what frames we're getting today. Probably because I've been completely satisfied. Yeah, that's alright, isn't it? Look at the VRAM, 5.1 gigs. CPU memory, 13 gigs. A world apart, isn't it? Absolute world apart from 24. That's crazy. Right, 10,000. Boff, boff, boff. Good. Yeah, it's alright, Tricky. I'm keeping on going. How close are you? Oh, there you are. Right, let's just extend this one out. And we are heading 351. Beautiful. Not bad, Charlie. Quite windy coming into Alicante, actually. Definitely kept us on our toes, that did. That was more windy than I was expecting. Or rather, the effect of the wind was more than I was expecting. So yeah, quite an interesting arrival, that. Oh, it went alright. All things considered. Plane Spotter says, what does it feel like going back to 2020 from 24? It feels alright, honestly. Feels alright. Alright, just updated the stats at the top of the screen. But yeah, coming back to 2020, it's fine. It's really nice. Like, we're having a great time. Doesn't feel any worse, particularly. Yeah. It's funny. I remember, like, in the early days of 24, or the earlier days, appreciate we are still in the early days, it was very much like, it always felt like, oh no, you don't want to go back to 2020. Whereas now it's like, it's great. Like when a developer would come out and be like, oh, we're releasing this thing and it's only coming out for 2020, I'd be like, oh, really? Like, why would you do that? Like, that's going to suck, actually. It's really nice. It's not a problem. When do I think the PMDG aircraft will be available in 24? So they're working on the DC-6 and the 777 right now. 737 to follow. ETA unknown. So I'm hoping that we're going to get the 300ER and the freighter into 24. That'd be lovely to get the freighter into 24. I love that freighter. That's like my ultimate 777. I love that thing. Is it set to real world weather? Yes. Unless it's turned itself off. Excuse me. Yeah, real time live weather. Yeah, it's going to be great to get the triple into 24. Can start doing some proper cargo ops then out of East Midlands in it in 24 on the regular. Over to Leipzig. Over to Cologne. Madrid. That's what I love about cargo, is that you can sort of go roughly where you want. Obviously, you're probably not going to do Gatwick to Edinburgh. I don't know, maybe we would. You could convince yourself that somehow some cargo needed to move there. That's the great thing, because you're never going to fill up a 777 from Edinburgh to Gatwick, are you? It would be economically unviable for an airline to do that route in that plane. But if you've got a load of crates that need moving, well then they need moving, don't they? So just whack them in the plane and let's go. That's what I love about cargo ops. It frees you up. Now you could say, well, it's a sim, I'll do what I want anyway. And honestly, if that's how you feel, I kind of think good for you. I wish I could feel the same way. Alright, heading up to Valencia now. Oh, my coffee's gone cold. I'll just have to go make another one in a minute. Uh, 86 miles to top of climb. We should be into Jersey for 1:30. So that's about an hour and a half's time. That's not as long as I thought it was going to be. Cold coffee is the worst coffee. It's a 24 no-show in 2020. We're living it up in 2020 today. Living it up. I need to start thinking about lunch options as well. Basically my little day. James, sorry, I missed your question. I don't know if you're still there. Beautiful. Still quite a lot of problems on 24 with the Xbox. Yeah, isn't there an issue whereby obviously when you quit a game on the Xbox, it kind of keeps it around, and then the sim just eventually will gobble up all of the memory and just crash it, basically. Must be a right pain for the devs having to make it work on Xbox. It must be such a pain. Have I seen the new AMD graphics card? Yeah. Good old AMD. Although I don't doubt their ability to fumble it. Seems like every time they have an opportunity, they just completely miss that opportunity. Like wildly. Wildly miss it. I mean, I was looking at the reviews yesterday and it looks like the 9070 XT is roughly maybe around a 7900 XT. Maybe a bit below. So it's, yeah, in the ballpark of maybe the 70 class cards, you know, 50 series. Yeah. Still, the price is right. You know, it's fine saying, well, AMD can't compete at the high end. It's like, yeah, they can't. But in the price bracket they're targeting, it looks pretty damn good, I would say. Pretty damn good indeed. Yeah, I think Nvidia has massively underwhelmed me this generation. And like the problem is with 24 is that it just gobbles so much RAM, and I know there might be a fix coming, but let's presume that it's just one of those persistent issues that even though they say they fixed it, it's still kind of there. How do you get to 24 gig on Nvidia without spending $1,600 to $2,000 plus dollars, pounds, euros, whatever? Whereas AMD have got the 7900 XTX where you can get that for like £800. Give or take 50 quid. Might probably give 50 quid. So I can see why people like Wasp did it. I can see why people like V1 did it. It just really annoys me that we have to do it. Because look, 5.5 gigs of VRAM used here in 2020 in a PMDG 737 running at 4K, basically ultra settings minus a few little bits I've tweaked down. And our memory usage, you know, it's just system RAM, 14.6 gig. Now keep in mind we were seeing like 37, 38, 39, 40 plus I've seen in 24. Nowhere near that. Nowhere near it. GPU taking 14 to 15 milliseconds to do its share of the job. CPU taking 20 plus milliseconds, more like 25. Hence, we're getting a frame rate of about 40-ish FPS. James, to answer your question, this will be a really long answer, I'm sorry. What do I do for a living? Increasingly, this is kind of... It's a weird one, because when people used to ask me 12 months ago what I did, I would not say this. In fact, if you roll the clock back 2 years ago, I didn't want to talk about this at all to anyone. I didn't want people to know about this. Like anyone that I knew in the real world, I wasn't telling them I did this. No way. Because we had hardly any subs. It's clearly like this weird little thing. I was worried people would think I was stupid, laugh at me, whatever. So I didn't want real world people knowing about it. And I would cringe if anyone found out. Whereas now, when people say, what do you do? I would probably say I do this above what I do in my jobby job, if that makes sense. I put more time into this. I put more effort into this. I care deeply about this. It's on my mind constantly. Even when I'm not streaming or making a video, I'm sat watching TV, I'm thinking about what the next video could be, what the next stream could be. It's one of those like always on kind of things, which I know some people would hate, but that's kind of just part of who I am, I think. I'm always going to be like that to some degree, regardless of what I do. So the day job has been scaled back and scaled back and scaled back, which I'm super fortunate to be able to do. and I can't scale it back anymore. The next step is to leave it, because they've got a minimum commitment with hours. It's a completely unimpressive job. I probably shouldn't say where or what, for reasons that they might get upset about. It's not like a fancy job. It is like a bottom of the pile job. But the reason I took that job was, it fits in great around the kids going to school, so I can drop them off and pick them up. And also, it's great at fitting in around this, which has allowed me to grow this to where it is. So, it was a bit of almost like a bit of an investment in the channel by going for that job. Because when keep in mind, like, once both the kids were in school, it freed us up a lot to work more. Specifically me, because I did a lot of the taking care of the kids when they were preschool in the week, and we kind of had a bit of a family sit down with the kids, and it was like, well, option number one is I can go back to being a developer, because I kind of took a break from being a developer once the kiddos came around, to be a bit more present. It's like, okay, option number one is go back and just be a developer full time, like sack off whatever I think I'd uploaded a few shorts to YouTube, but there was nothing much going on. So option number one is just forget the YouTube, that's just a silly thing anyway, go back to being a developer full time. Or option two was take a job that is within school hours. Good luck finding one of those that's, and try and grow the YouTube channel outside of it. I think I'd have probably been happy with either option at the time, but I'm super glad I ended up doing this now. I can say that much. But when it came down to it, we sort of said to the kids, it's like, so if I go back and get like a proper job, in air quotes, software development most likely, going back to it, I'd probably need to be somewhere by 8:30, 9 in the morning, which would mean we have to put you into, like, I think they call it like breakfast club or whatever at the school. The place, you can basically drop the kid off like super early and just go to work in the school and give them breakfast and keep them there till school starts, and then send them off to the classroom. And then in the evening time, they can stay after school. They'll give them food, like a meal in the evening. And I think you can pick them up. Latest is like sort of 5 past, 10 past 6, like just gone 6 basically. And then I think it suddenly dawned on the kids. They're like, wait, what? You're going to drop us off to school at like 7:45 in the morning and pick us up at 6. So we're going to wake up, basically go to school straight away, come home, and it won't be long and we'll be talking about going to bed. It's like, yeah, pretty much that. And they were like, can you not do that? I was like, okay then, fine. YouTube and a crappy job it is. So that's kind of how we ended up where we are. Plus it means I get to be around for them, I get to take them to school, pick them up, hang out with them, be a #top dad. And I gotta be honest, I haven't missed software development. I thought I would. That used to be like my whole identity. I was a software developer. That was my thing. And when I stepped back from it, I struggled for a long time. Always had to be tinkering with a side project, that sort of thing. But now I'm good, probably because the YouTube's just completely eaten up my focus. As long as I've got something big to focus on, I'm fine. It's when I don't have anything big to focus on, I start going a bit crazy. Max says being a YouTuber is good. It can lead you many other things, and it's good to put your CV, computer skills, video editing. Perfect. Yeah, agreed. Yeah, I mean, I'm having a great time with it. Patience is the key, I found. Patience and persistence. Like this idea that you're just going to go viral, and some people do. I think if I constantly had this pressure to go viral, I would not enjoy that a lot. I would really not enjoy that. If I had to, like, constantly be thinking of a video idea that's going to be sort of drama focused in some way, I have to be like, oh my god, everything. I would get really fed up with that really quick, because that's fundamentally not who I am. Sometimes I wish I was like that, but you look at some like YouTubers that get like millions and millions of views, and it's like, why can't I have that? And it's like, because you're not like them. So it's an interesting one. Right, 0, 1, 4. So yeah, sorry James for the super long answer there, but that is it. That is the answer. We're at this weird impasse really, where I remember I said to myself, as soon as I can make more money from YouTube than I do from my day job, I'll quit that job in a heartbeat. And we got there. We did get there. Trouble is, you get used to having two lots of money then. So to give up the day job now, yes, I know YouTube would take its place, but it's like, but I like having two lots of money. So I almost feel like YouTube needs to maybe 2x it. So maybe I, restart the clock on that, I suppose. Plus, it also means that if I want to take a risk with the channel, the job can sort of subsidise it. If I make some decisions with videos that don't pan out, like this streaming, I don't know if any of you noticed, but we've been streaming a lot more lately. That was a conscious decision because I kind of had a bit of a heart-to-heart with myself over Christmas, and I was like, initially I was like, 2025 we're going to make loads of videos, it's going to be the year of videos, never mind the streams, they don't make any money anyway, and they really weren't making any money. I could like go live for hours and come away with like £1.20 in ad revenue. They'd be like, well, we can't do that. That's not sustainable. It's fine if you're doing it as a hobby, but if you're doing it with the view that maybe it can one day replace a job or be a reasonable source of income, you sort of have to put your business hat on. And so I was like, over Christmas I was like, right, 100% videos, full flight videos, tutorial videos, no more streams. If you're going to do a flight, just hit record and don't stream it and then edit it into a video, sort of like Air Force Proud style. But I really miss streaming. I sat down to record a video, and I just felt this awful pressure to be like this kind of chirpy video person, to try and make the video engaging. And I was like, I just like being on stream because that's real. Like, there's nowhere to hide here. Like, there's no edit. There's no, oh, I messed up that, so I'll stop recording and I'll press record again and I'll re-record that intro. Now, maybe that's just a skill issue on my part. It could be. It really could be. Probably is. But, yeah, so having gone into 2025 being like, this is going to be the year of videos, specifically full flight videos, by about February, I was like, ugh, not loving this. I sort of had to ask myself, if I sort of extrapolate this over a year, am I going to be happy in a year's time? And the answer is probably not. So I made a decision that we'll take the day job money and we will go hard on the streams, and if the channel suffers as a result, so be it. The day job can subsidise that in the short term, and we'll see what we can do. Perils of being a YouTuber, eh? Benjamin, how's it going? Tiny, how do you custom the TCA add-on flat? There's a video on the channel, Tiny, if you have a look. It is a 3D printed add-on. You do have to pay for the design file, and obviously you will need a 3D printer, or access to one at least. So there is a video on the channel though, Tiny, if you... what did I call it? Something like how to make your Thrustmaster TCA throttles even better with these mods, or something like that. You'll find it. Ooga! Thrustmaster TPR rudder pedals came. A really Great experience. I should have done this a long time ago. Yes. Yes. I've got the Logitech ones. Yeah, they're only like £100. They're not the greatest. Very plasticky. Quite scratchy when you sort of slide them up and down. My sights are also set on some TPRs. How's the movement like when they swing? I bet is it like super smooth, or can you sort of feel resistance? Like I don't know. Never used them. I'd be interested. Not 3D printing shop. Hell no. Someone asked me that in the comments. So like, if I send you some money, it's like, no, I'm not doing that. I'm sorry. I'm busy enough. Like with everything else, not to mention posting 3D printed parts internationally. No, sorry. Sorry, but no. I did it once for a friend. And filling out that US Customs import declaration thing was interesting. It was like, what the hell do I put on it? Like, what is it? They were like, what is it? And I had a drop down of like all these things. And I was like, how do I put it's a 3D printed part for some Airbus throttles for a simulator made by Thrustmaster? Like, there's no, yeah, like what do you do? In the end, I had to put it down as a game controller because it was like the little detents that go in underneath the Thrustmaster throttles. I was like, well, it is sort of, it's the nearest thing I can get in the drop-down list. It changes the config like software too. No, Tiny, you don't need to, because in the 737, all of these detents are printed so that they line up with where the 737 flaps positions are by default. But crucially, it still lines up. You've got like a detent. Hang on. You've got a detent like here, which still lines up with the flaps 1 for Airbus. There's still a detent here for 2, 3, and 4, so Airbus can stay exactly as it always was. It's just you've got ones in between for Boeing. It works really well. Super, super well. You will need to buy a spring though. There's a little spring that kind of goes in there so that you can sort of lift the lever. So you sort of lift, move it, and then back in. Oh, Nantes approaches online. I considered flying into Nantes as well today. That's a shame. Never mind. No worries, Tiny. Good luck with it all. Good luck, good luck. Right. Top of descent, 1306. So we've got about 50 minutes till top of descent. Hour and 15 till we're at Jersey. 12:15. What time is it acceptable to eat lunch? I'm getting hungry. Flipping love lunch. I think lunch is my favourite meal. Again, like back when I was working in web development, I would sit down at my desk and it'd be like 9:06. And I'd be like, that's 3 hours and 54 minutes until lunch. And I'd just be counting down lunch all morning. (1 PM) Nah, no. We have to go sooner than that. 12:30 today's lunchtime. We'll go and see what's in the galley. Oh. "14 minutes until lunch. 12 on the dot. Damn. Nice early lunch. Oh, you work 8 till 4. Yeah, okay, fine. I can understand that then. Yeah, nice little halfway point that, isn't it? Curry pot noodle. Hell yeah. We must be coming up to the thingies. What are they called? The mountains. Yeah, there they are. The Alps? Pyrenees? Not the Alps, it's Pyrenees, isn't it? The thingies. I'm so smart. Hills. You don't have lunch? Got a bit of lunch tricky. What's the matter with you? Oh, I thought the sim was going to freeze then. What time do you have breakfast, though? Makes dinner feel nicer. I don't know, Tricky. I'm not sure I can make it all the way to dinner without lunch. Hey, Game Clock's in. Hello, hello. Boeing for the win. Exactly, Gamer Clark. Also a timely reminder that there's nothing wrong with 2020 either. Am I running the beta version of 24 or the regular one? Bruno, I am running the beta only because we needed it for the A350, but today we're in 2020, so... Andy! Nice to see you. How you doing, mate? You've only got 2020 Game Clock. Okay. I mean, maybe keep it that way for now. Really? Yeah. I've got to be honest, it feels so nice to be back in a Boeing. Fighting with Nutanix API documentation. What is that, Andy? What's your flight level, Tricky? Are you above or below me? Oh, you're welcome to shoot past if you want. What am I flying? Focus, I'm in the PMDG 737-800. We got any views of the mountains yet? That other side. Ooh, yeah, that's a bit better, isn't it? Oh, a hypervisor solution, got it, like VMware, yeah. Very popular in finance. Well, that sounds fun. Yeah, I mean, how can you look at that and be like, 2020 is not good enough? Cheers, Kartik. And again, need I go on about it, but 5.7 gigs of VRAM used, 15 gigs of system memory. Says it all, doesn't it? We are in DX11. So I don't know what DX12 would look like. Probably worse, but... yeah, probably worse. But that's pretty good. We're running in 4K, no major issues. Whereas in 24 we've had to drop down to 1440p to give ourselves a semi-reliable experience. A350 in 24 is only using 7 gigs of VRAM. Is that in the air, Philip? So I guess obviously if you were to land at Edinburgh, that would then bring its own set of requirements, wouldn't it? I don't know, it just feels good to be out of the A350. I was starting to feel like I was spiralling a bit in that one. Andy says 2020 is so still good enough. Yeah, agreed. 24 I'm sure is going to get better, and its newer features will get taken advantage of by newer models and other add-ons, but yeah, the look and feel 2020 still got it. Absolutely. Agreed. Yeah, I mean 24 is clearly where the ship is heading. Clearly. It's just not. I think the ship is pointed in the right direction. It's just not got to where it needs to go yet. Gab, this is 2020. Does go to show though, doesn't it? Like, the 7.3 A320 combo is remarkably hard to beat. For my use anyway. Like, I know some of you guys like long haul. Not my cup of tea. Long haul. I like flying the bigger jets, sure. But I don't like the obligation of sitting there for 7 hours while I do so. This is more my cup of tea. Now the 7.5 from Bluebird I think could be interesting. That could open up some interesting routes, because that's still a narrow body jet, isn't it? So we could get some really cool routes with that one. There's no reason why really we couldn't do what we're doing now in a 7.5 and feel pretty good about it. Air of D. Oh, right, yeah, the mountains. I was like, what is Philip on about? The Pyrenees. Yeah, that's it, Pandy. Yeah, I mean, maybe if we did like cross the pond sometime, that I could get behind doing that occasionally. But like today, if I was to wake up and be like, right, guys, let's fly Heathrow to New York. God, it'd be agony, wouldn't it? Could you imagine it? Like, we'd only be like 3 hours in. 2.5 hours in, actually, in terms of flight time. We'd have hours and hours and hours ahead of us. Which, selfishly, as the guy that's got to sit here and be semi-entertaining at least for all that time, it's a hell of a lot of pressure. Would be fun if there was lots of us. Maybe. But then ultimately you're still just sat in a queue, aren't you? It's not really... I don't know, maybe if you're part of like a flying club and you're all on a Discord voice chat or whatever, but given that I'm streaming, I don't think that's a good idea for me to do that. I need to be running the show, really. Even so, even if there was like 10 of you in a Discord voice chat, it'd be like hour number 7, it would start to get a bit old, wouldn't it? Time acceleration is probably the only way I could do it, both practically and, you know, all the rest of it. You know, if I wasn't doing it if I wasn't streaming, I would probably get a second PC and play something else while I was in cruise. So I feel like basically all of these reasons to do long haul generally start amounting to find a way in which you can just ignore it. Either by sleeping or by doing something else. At which point, what is the point? Don't know. Still can't get my head around it. Are those instrument panels purely aesthetic or do they have a purpose? Yeah, so this one that you're looking at, this one here, is only working for Airbus at the moment, so today we can't use it, and this one over here is my radio panel. Eight-hour software dev stream during cruise. You say that, I thought about making a scene in OBS. I'll see if I can... Is there a way I can get it onto my screen? Alright, this will be interesting. Hold the line a minute. Hold the line, hold the line. Right, hang on, nearly there. I'll be keen to get all of your thoughts on this. I started designing a new scene for OBS. Pandy saying about do a software development thing. Need a virtual laptop display that pops up on your tray table. Kind of similar to what I was thinking. Right. So this is just something I knocked up in Affinity Designer the other day. Bring it over to my other screen. Just going to go get rid of all the overlays so you can see it. So I designed this like an in-flight entertainment screen. So this kind of here is like the back of a screen with a little USB port, as you can see, just for lols. The idea being that we could do something else. I've just put in a picture of God of War here just for fun. And then we'll have these screens off to the left. So me, the yoke cam, a map of where we are, and like obviously a view from the sim. So probably an outside view, maybe a tail cam view. And we could do something else if we were going to do like a long haul. Now, on a flight like this, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it at all. Let me make this a bit bigger. Because I kind of feel like we're focused on what we're doing. I just don't know whether this is a terrible idea. The feedback I got from the guys in the Discord was not great. But I don't know. Don't know. That, to me, is the only way that I could potentially get through a long haul, is if we had something else to do. Open TTD cam. Yeah, well, replace God of War with Open TTD. But whatever it is we're playing would be in that screen. If you see what I mean. So I don't know. It would still allow us to see the sim and our progress and all that stuff. Don't know. I'm gonna I'll put this image up in a poll. See what people think. It wouldn't be fair on you, Tricky, to play COD with me, really, because you wouldn't last 2 minutes. I wouldn't want to do it to you. What are the specs for my PC? 5800 X3D CPU and a 4080 Super, 64 gig RAM. Honestly, Tricky, I played last night with a buddy. We sometimes play, and we were absolutely shocking. So bad. We don't normally do standard battle royale. We normally just do multiplayer or resurgence. He said, should we just do duos in Urzikstan? My word, will be awful. Absolutely awful. The thing is, I didn't even enjoy it. Didn't even enjoy it. I like multiplayer. Just because, kind of, at that time of night, I've usually been working on the channel till like, I mean, an early finish for me on the channel was like 9:30, 10. But last night, he messaged at about 9, and I was like, yeah, you know what, screw it. I need a break. So we did 9 till 10. And yeah, my brain was a little bit fried, and it's just nice to play multiplayer. So you can just chill out, mindlessly run around shooting people, really. Leveling up your weapons. Fooling yourself that by doing so you'll be able to compete in Warzone. Which we never can, but it's nice to think that maybe we could. You've put your A350 in the hangar, Wasp, have you? Yeah. I've got a funny feeling that's where mine's going, unless they can sort out the hand flying element of it. Ah, Pandy, you need to get with it. Why is it broken? It's... Have you flown it at all, Tricky? It feels incredibly sensitive. To me, anyway. It's like incredibly sensitive on the stick. And then you put in these tiny movements, but then it's like it carries loads of inertia. So then you have to sort of go back the other way. But obviously, if you go back the other way too much, you then get loads of inertia the other way, and you end up, or I end up, just swinging my way down. Maybe it's a control thing. Maybe I need to get my stick dialed in, but I've been trying and not having a lot of luck. By contrast, I fired up the Phoenix and I was like, yeah, this is great. So. But I found the A380 okay. A380 feels alright. Cheers, Leon. Well, hopefully they'll get it sorted. I found the 380 fine, the fly-by-wire. Like, I did notice a narrative, people being like, well, it's supposed to be like that, and I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. Right, anyway, it's nearly 20 to 1, it's past my lunchtime. I need to go and quickly make a... I don't know what I'm going to make. I don't know what there is. It's probably going to be a sandwich. I won't lie. I'm going to go and raid the galley. See what I can find. Nothing online is there that we're about to come into. Zilch. Just how I like it. Okay, fine. I'll give you some wing views. You all behave yourselves. I'll be back in a minute. My TV's turned itself off while I was gone. Right. Rob, you'll have to forgive me. I was making lunch. Slacker, I know. Came back out to find my TV had turned off. That's slightly alarming, but weirdly, the stream carried on. Ah, that's better. When do I think PMDG will be ready for 24? Don't know. Just got to let them cook. We'll get the triple first and the DC6, I think, and then 7.3 to follow. Oh, it's terrible today, Rob. We haven't got very much in the house. Need to go shopping. I found some brown bread, which I wasn't happy about. And I found a go-ahead bar. And a packet of crisps. That's all I could find, really. Right. Let's check in with the plane. So we're really not that far from top of descent. We're about, what, 20 minutes? Yeah, well, it's 20 minutes out. Into Jersey for 1:30. What is the weather? .150 and 16 knots, and we're landing on to runway 08. Yeah, that's probably about right then, isn't it? I'd say we're still on for 08. Crosswind of 15 knots and a headwind of 6 knots according to my charts. Did the kids have me for pinching their dunkers? No, they haven't mentioned it. They had no idea. They had absolutely no idea. They haven't mentioned it. I think they've forgotten all about them, and I'm not about to fess up to it, so... Yeah, the less said about that entire thing, the better, Philip, I think. Where is this? Are we near Bordeaux? That looks like Bordeaux. I don't even know where we are. La Rochelle. Coming up to La Rochelle. Where's Bordeaux then? Bordeaux can't be far. Yeah, there's Bordeaux. Down there. Isn't that where the sim is made? Do I think playing MSFS with VR feels good? Yeah. Yeah, I had a great time with it. I don't know if you've seen the video on the channel. Pimax sent me one of their headsets to have a play with. It was really cool. It was... Yeah, the minute I put that headset on, it was like, whoa. This is different, but good different, you know? Oh, you went in there this morning, Wasp? Jolly good. Cheers, Leon. Does it hurt to have a VR on for hours? I mean, I probably wouldn't want to do like a long haul in it. What Pimax have sent me is like a foam cushion that makes it a bit more comfortable. And I think they said they're going to send over a head strap for me to have a look at as well. So I'll be able to give you a clearer idea on that in due course. We've just been inside, Leon. We're having some outside views now. Don't know, Tricky. I mean, I have to be gone. I'm wondering whether to call it at Jersey, really. Because I can fix the... That'll give me a little bit of time to fix the A350 livery before I need to go and get the children. Nice one, Six. Six is currently in school watching my stream on TikTok. What a legend. Why do I have both Airbus and Boeing joysticks? Because we like to fly both. It's nice to have both sets of inputs. So we're not that far from Nantes, are we? We're going to go right over Nantes. RFS? No idea. It's not that Roblox thing, is it? Don't know. Yeah, Tricky, I'll probably... I don't know. If we land at 1:30, it's going to be 2 by the time I can get gone again. And that leaves not many options. Unless we go to Guernsey. Which might not be the best. Uh-oh. Is my stream still alive? $100 miles, top descent. Right, let's step through our route. Din, Lerak, Oyster. Shark. Let's get rid of that JW. That's better. Am I drinking vodka? No, I'm not drinking vodka. Are you? How technical have I gotten in OBS? Seems like some streamers just able to control overlays and scenes really easily. Yeah, so I've got quite a lot of scenes set up. And I have it all linked to a Stream Deck. So I'll show you my scenes. I've got a clean scene, just a sim. I've got a scene which shows my charts. And I've got my charts running on a touchscreen display attached to my streaming PC. So I just capture that and you see what I see on that, which is cool. So I've got face cam, got yoke cam, I've got a map which is currently broken. So that's good, let me fix that. There we go, map is now working again. And I've got a be right back screen. And that's your lot. I do quite like the map screen, we should use that a bit more. Especially if you fancy having a break from being on cam. I like the borders. Yeah, I like it too, although I worry sometimes it looks a bit dated. Don't know. the top bit I did, I took a load of data from SimToolkit Pro, and then I did a custom. I obviously designed that image, and then I took their data that I wanted and overlaid it, and did a bit of custom CSS with it to get that look. Because by default, it doesn't look like that at all. It's one of those things, Gamer Clark, where you can do loads. For the switching on the box header, is that timed in OBS to change? Yeah. So there's a control. It's like an image slideshow. So I just made 3 images and it loops through and just fades. Yeah, that's not like video or anything. That's just images rolling on a slideshow. No worries, Gamer Clock. Hey, Antwards. Yeah, it's always a tricky balance to not clutter up your stream. I worry that mine maybe is a bit too cluttered. I don't know. I mean, have a good afternoon. Just realised the map was still on. Right, he wants to see a trick. I will turn this packet into a triangle. Ta-da! Good, thank you, Antwards. I'm very good indeed. Oh, hiccups now. Tie a knot in it. I guess so. Never really tried that. Right, top of descent can't be far. Yeah, it's really not, is it? And then nonce should be... right down there. There it is. And then I stayed just there. It was awesome. Absolutely awesome. Planes constantly. Sorry, Tricky, any more and I'll have to charge. Foxy, how's it going? There's nonce. I'm trying to work out, like, could I see the exact road I stayed on? I think it must have been... fairly certain that's where I went to do my shopping. I'd walk along there. Or was it? Oh, I don't know. I'd stand in the garden and the planes would be coming up on the left, so I think we must have been over there. Yeah. In there somewhere. Cool place. Alright. Top of descent. Now, should we just be lazy? And just put in 2000. Seeing as we're on VATSIM. Unicom. Haven't had a shred of ATC all day, have we? Not a shred. Right, let's start doing a bit of planning. Performance tool, landing en route, Jersey, runway 08, import aircraft details, import weather. Oh, okay, we're going to need auto brakes 3 then. Oh, look at that! Can't even get in with auto brakes 3 barely. What about auto brakes max? Okay. This ought to be fun then. We give the yikes. Flaps 30, what about flaps 40? Is that... maybe we do a flaps 40 landing then. Flaps 40 it shall be. Get charts up. Okay, heading is 083. Decision altitude 471. And ILS is 110.9. Happy days. Yes, mailman, that's him. What's the weather doing? Oh, we need to set our auto brakes to max then, don't we? Yikes. So the priority has to be getting it down. We're not going to be going for any butters or any of that rubbish. $150 and 15 knots. That music started to annoy me. Oh, man. Tell you what, every time I grab the Airbus Sidestick, I smell my hand. It smells all like solventy. I don't think, when was the last time I did a flaps 40 landing in the 737? Quite a while ago. Is the Airbus stick 3D printed, then dipped in solvent to smooth out the print lines? Dunno. It feels 3D printed on the bottom. The bit that you can't see. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Maybe it is? You can sort of see, if you catch it in the light, you can sort of see some, like, not a pattern, but you can almost sort of see like a waviness to it. It is very good though. And obviously you've got all the electronics in there as well for the switches and stuff. And the rubber gaiter just finishes it perfectly. Oh, James, you're considering copying my desk design. I use command strips to secure the throttles down. Particularly when I move to my 3D printed, where you have to sort of lift them up a little bit to get them to move. I found that I would lift the whole thing up because of the tension on the spring. So, yeah, command strips have been transformative for this setup. I've even command stripped this thing down as well, so it doesn't move. And my radio panels. Yeah, command strips. Go onto Amazon, type in like 3M. It's a 3M product, 3M command strips. They're like these. It's kind of like Velcro, but not. But they've got self-adhesive, sticky back Velcro strips, and they are super strong. They're amazing. Like, you can hang pictures up with it and all sorts. You get different sizes that will take different weights. But yeah, I guess blue tack would work too. But yeah, you need something to keep him down. I'm quite heavy-handed as well, so it's like... Right, missed approach at 3,000 feet. Climb straight ahead at 3,000 feet, turn right on heading 180, then is directed. Maximum speed 210 knots. Never tried Elite Dangerous. You ever tried War Thunder? Like Space Games, it's up there with the best. I thought I might be able to get into Starfield, but I just found it so boring to play. Like, really boring. Didn't enjoy it. And I kind of thought, actually, I don't have a lot of time to play games, and when I do, I don't want to be bored and sort of fighting it, you know? I want to just enjoy myself. $10,000 coming up. H1012, good. Okay, 10,000 feet. Some lights on, engines in continuous. Is there anyone around? No. Crickets. Standard tricky. There she is. Jersey traffic N 232 inbound on the Larak 1 kilo arrival for ILS runway 08 Jersey traffic. So, different set of priorities for today's landing. Just plant it, really, isn't it? Because we haven't got room for a floater. Hey, speed at Lerak 240. Intercept at 200. Hurricane, cheers for the sub. Thank you, thank you. Transition is 5,000. Welcome, Jess. Cheers for the 3 months on Twitch, Jess. That's awesome. 3 months in advance, damn. Right, that's it, guys. I'm going to start. I think I'll probably pack up the streams from now on. Probably just focus on video content on YouTube. I'm joking. Appreciate it, Jess. Thank you very much indeed. Really do appreciate it. I'm going to do a speed intervene to go down to 200. Getting bored just letting the plane do it. Oh, it's like flying an Airbus. Defo do the side-by-side again beyond ATC, same intentions, nice. Yeah.
14 miles west of runway 08, and up 232. If they indicate speed, please.
200.
Very cool.
Every time I press my push to talk button, it turns off engine 1 out of continuous. That's going to be a problem. Yeah, it'd be cool to test out beyond ATC and say intentions again. Right, tricky, I'm going speed 180. That's 5. Approach. Back speed. Cheers to the follow. Damn, it is a bit windy, isn't it? It is a bit windy.
Jersey Trent, run F and take a 12 mile, joining final, following traffic, 3 mile behind.
Jersey traffic, air not 232 on the 7.5 mile final. I need to put that back into continuous. Alright, let's do gear down. Okay, 160. Dang, this is a wind, isn't it? Alright, gear down. Speed brake armed. Let's go to our final approach speed, which is 142. Because we are doing a flaps 40 landing. Look at this crap. Alright, let's give it a go, shall we? Goodness me.
1,000.
Again, we just want to plant this one down. No mucking around with butters. We do not have a long runway to play with here.
Approaching minimums. Floor and minimums.
Continue.
Light slope.
Yeah,
Light
whatever.
slope. 100. 50. 40.
There's a traffic runner
30,
57 saying it's 3
20,
mile.
10.
Oh, yes! That's how we do it. Come on, auto brakes. Maybe the max auto brakes and the reversers was maybe a touch unnecessary, but... I will take that all day long in those conditions. Jersey traffic, runway 08 vacated. Well, not quite, but near enough. Yeah, I tell you what, I sort of needed that for my confidence. Those last two flights in the A350 had me rattled a little bit. OBI tracker time, let's go. Wait, is this a handcrafted airport? Or is it? I don't know, is it? This looks... Oh, there comes Tricky, look. Go on, Tricky. Go on, Tricky. There he is. Oh. Nice landing indeed, Forza, thank you. Have I already got is this scenery that I've already got then? Have I got scenery and I don't realise it? Customers, eh, Philip? Right, now where the hell am I going? That was a fun little landing,
And
though.
Jersey traffic runner 57 Tango, clear of runway, just.
This must be some I must have some scenery and not realise it. Or is this generated? I don't know. Maybe it is default. Whatever it is, it doesn't look too terrible. Thoughts on the scenery? Oh, that was such a good landing. So happy with that. You know, sometimes when you just feel like you've been flying like a muppet and you just need a good landing. Right, in the interest of checking out the scenery, I'm going to go all the way around the back. It's default, is it? I don't think it looks that terrible, though. I mean, okay, maybe from here it does, actually. It's just those buildings near the front. They just sort of look not default. Still. Taxiways seem mostly accurate. You think I'm parking there, do you? Sorry to disappoint you, chaps. I'm going around here. Yeah, I mean, I feel like we could fly in and out of here. Again, does it look pretty? Is it amazing? Toblerone! Welcome to the party. Yeah, does it look amazing? No. Is it functional enough? Yes. Therefore, do we need to spend money on something? No. That's how I would look at it. Alright, let's tell GSX we're going to stand 10, shall we? Oh, how do I get out of here? They need a back button. Another day, another moment where I yell at GSX. Yeah, true, Wasp. Although a lot of the, like the Cork and Stansted and Cardiff, I think, went over to 24, didn't they? Hey, I'm the guy that always asks stuff about upgrading the PC. I've decided I'm going to purchase 64 gig DDR4. Currently only have 16. So I don't have to spend around 600, 700 euros to upgrade CPU, motherboard, and RAM. Yeah. That's very similar to what I did. I can totally relate. Okay, so the closer I get to this scenery, the less I'm in love with it. Is that Tricky pulling in? Tricky, watch the paintwork. I'll race you to the gate. Oh! Thought Tricky was going to enter the terminal then. And we are down. Alright. Happy days. Let's take power from the APU. Engines off. Beacon off. And let's get rid of those passengers. And I will be ready to collect their tips as they exit the aircraft for that incredible landing. Yes, I want to close the flight. And of course we got a 10 out of 10 in New Sky. Of course we did. 15k earned for the airline. That's not bad going. Great touchdown. 235 feet per minute in challenging conditions. Look at that. Maximum centerline deviation. 2 meters in those winds. That is... I mean, I don't like to brag, but... Bloody hell, that was a good landing. I needed it. I needed it. I came away from from Tuesday and last Thursday streams in the A350, just feeling really pants about the flying I was putting out on the channel. Particularly as the streams were getting a bit busier, and I kind of felt like I squandered a good opportunity then to do some good flying in front of a larger audience, and I was a little bit annoyed at myself. And lo and behold, get back in the Boeing and it all works out. Just saying. Challenging conditions actually means in a Boeing. Oh, lordy. You should definitely get the triple freighter. I think you could have some good fun with that. I really do. Oh, what a great flight that was. Really pleased with that. I feel like I needed it to get my mojo back. Oh, yeah, we'll wait and see what happens with Innie, I guess, and the A350, but I think ultimately until we get some sort of update regarding, you know, hand flying capabilities, I don't know. I feel like, much like you, Wasp, it might be in the hangar for the time being, because I can't continue to fly it when it's like that. I feel like I've tried loads of different settings on the stick and it just doesn't feel right. Fundamentally, it just feels a bit off, which is a shame, because I spent 72 quid on it, and I was looking forward to it, and I don't really feel like I'm having the greatest time with it, which is a real shame. And I'm not hearing a lot of other people saying similar stories, which makes me think, is it me? Or what is it? Like, I don't really understand it. Don't understand it. Anyway, folks, we don't really have time to go somewhere else, because by the time we get gone, I'll need to be gone, and I could really use this time to fix the A350 livery that I've been working on. I know we're just saying that we're not really enjoying it, or I'm not. But hopefully once that hand flying fix comes in, maybe it'll change things. I really hope it does. What's wrong with the A350 for you? The way it hand flies, I find it way too sensitive, and then it carries a load of inertia with it. So if you give it a little bit of left, it's like it continues going left. Yes, I've tried reactivity as well. Yeah. I don't know. I'll give it another go. I'm going to sit down tonight and give it another go, like go through my joystick settings, but I'm just really struggling to get it right. I'm really struggling with it. Which makes me sad, because I wanted to fly it. But, yeah. Never mind, eh? Anyway, guys, I'm going to shoot off. Thanks for coming along. Thank you, Jess, for your 3 members on Prime in advance. Your 3 months of membership of... what am I even saying? Thank you for your 3 months in advance on Twitch. That's what I meant to say. Thank you very much. Thank you very much indeed. And thank you to the 2 of you that donated today on YouTube as well. It all goes a very, very long way. It might not seem a lot, but it really is appreciated. It all adds up and it all goes a long way to making these streams more of a profitable enterprise than they've been up to this point, put it that way. So thank you all very much indeed. I will see you... God, when am I going to see you next? Back at work tomorrow. Then it's the weekend. Working Monday. It's probably going to be Tuesday, you know. It's going to be Tuesday. Totes emosh. Right, have a good weekend. Look after yourselves. And I will see you all in the next one.